أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا توبوا إلى الله توبة نصوحا عسى ربكم أن يكفر عنكم سيئاتكم ويدخلكم جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار يوم لا يخزي الله النبي والذين آمنوا معه نورهم يسعى بين أيديهم وبأيمانهم يقولون ربنا أتمم لنا نورنا واغفر لنا إنك على كل شيء قدير.
صدق الله العظيم وبلغ رسوله المصطفى الكريم. بهذه الآيات من الذكر الحكيم نفتتح جلستنا الثانية. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Dear delegates, good morning and welcome to this second day of the Youth Summit. I hope everyone had rested well. We had a very long day yesterday of fruitful deliberations. We witnessed a lot of ideas, a lot of energy, a lot of commitment. And today we are meeting to exchange the outcome of our discussions and also to prepare our final communique that we'll be presenting to our governors after tomorrow, inshallah. So our president, the IDB president, will join us toward the end of the summit to give his closing remarks. Before we start presenting the outcome of yesterday's discussions, I would like first to give the floor to His Excellency, the Vice President, Cooperation and Country Programming, Vice President Saeed Aka, to deliver his remarks. Mr. Vice President, the floor is yours.
Yes. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I will be very short. First, I'm quite delighted to see all of you around this table, and I've been following your deliberations since your arrival. Even before your arrival, the exchange of views, it is quite delightful to see so many young boys and girls around this table who have enriched us with their ideas and their thoughts about the priorities for young people in terms of human development in our member countries. We strongly believe that without the participation of young people, we cannot achieve whatever goals we have, whether they are the sustainable development goals, whether they are national development priorities, whether they are any other aspirations by our leaders. I think rightly, some of you, when I was reading in the quotes, the very thoughtful quotes that are displayed in these screens, say that youth are not the future. You are the present. The future is probably not doing justice to your contribution to the development of our societies, our programs, our institutions. When we started discussing some of the root causes of lack of development in our member countries, of instability in, unfortunately, a large number of our member countries, particularly in this region, we very soon realized that one of the root causes of lack of development and instability is not listening to our young men and women, not listening to their needs and aspirations. I always give the example of Tunisia, that the whole, whatever we call it, whether it's Arab Spring or winter or fall, it has taken some very unfortunate chapters in some countries. It started with a young person, trying to find some living for his family in a small town with the harassment of a policewoman, I must say, that started the whole thing. I mean, it was a trigger. Of course, things were boiling up. So it is quite self-evident. We don't need scientists. We don't need PhDs to tell us, that if you want to achieve stability, if you want to achieve progress, you really need to listen to young people and engage them. Of course, our engagement in the youth engagement in our societies, we don't have to borrow from other experiences. We have very strong ways and means, traditional ways that are in compliance with our value system to engage. There are systems in each country specific. No two countries are the same. In Suriname may be different, in Oman is different, and probably in Cameroon different. But we have to really work within those systems and bring our young people into the sort of planning, into prioritization of development activities, because young people don't want to be seen as the force of distraction. They don't want to be seen as force of destabilizing force. What they want is their aspiration and their energy is to contribute to something positive. For us to listen and to have mechanisms and systems to listen to those voices and channel it in a very right direction to the development of our schools, our community, our sort of province and state and country, but overall the OIC member countries, the sort of ummah, is quite essential. And this was the purpose of this summit, to bring all of you together and to share with you our thoughts and to listen to you, and then take this, reflect it in our priorities and reflect it in our plans. We believe that through this approach and through, you have heard from our president, he is quite keen to listen to the ideas of young people. We will have more and more engagement mechanisms, but this is a starting point. This is not the end of our engagement with you. And we see this as a continuous flow of exchange and receiving your inputs and ideas in our plans at sort of this global level, but also at the country level. And we will come up with mechanisms because priorities change, needs change, and our engagement changes at a certain point of time. We have bigger ambitions. Inshallah, with the help of Allah, we will try to achieve them. We believe that economic empowerment of young people is essential. It is key. It's a need. It's not only important for stability. It's important for growth and development of our member countries. It's important to keep our young people in our countries. We see, unfortunately, shiploads of our young people either being drowned in the seas or the success is that they reach other countries. And that's not success, because we lose a lot of young talent and brain that we need in our member countries. So by providing economic opportunities and by providing full support, not only access to finance, because access to finance is very important, but how to develop businesses, how to be successful business, how to contribute in different areas of socio-economic, and how to improve the education system. I think these are all areas that we will work together with you, and we have listened, we will keep listening, and I hope and I'm confident that you will have a very inspiring, I don't know, 5 minutes or 10 minutes presentation to our governors. Our governors, most of them are ministers of finance. They control the money. So if they listen, to couch your plea to them in a way that it is not only what you want, but it is what you contribute, what you can contribute to the development of the countries. Because finance colleagues and finance experts and ministers are more interested what they gain, So I think it's very important to show how young people can contribute to economic growth, to social development, to stability in our member countries. I don't want to be too long. I really am very, very delighted. This was something as a strong team in IDB, small but strong team, has worked very hard. And I'm sure that they are pleased to have you all here and interact with you. And we will see you as our ambassadors in your countries, and hope through your networks in our member countries that you will sort of pass the message, get their inputs, and also expand the network so we can benefit from more inputs and views. So with that, I would like to wish all of us success. Thank you all for your input, for your time, and thank you for the sort of thoughtful ideas that you have contributed, and we will continue to be engaged. So thank you, Zahir, and your team. Thank you. Thanks to the team who have made this possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You want to stay with us?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So we will, inshallah, proceed with the first presentation. It will summarize the outcome of the discussions in the Africa Circle. So the first presentation will be delivered by Matida Koma. She's actually the delegate of Gambia. Please, all the presentations will be confined to 12 minutes. So I would really appreciate if we stay within 12 minutes time. And then we will open the floor for the other delegates from the from the same region. I have already one request from Sierra Leone. That's the only request I have from this region. Matilda? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. After a fruitful discussion within the African region, we as youth delegates, cognizant of the fact that we are both the present and the future leaders of the world, have made the following solutions and the highlighted challenges that we face as youth in our country. We discussed these three key topics, ranging from education, economic empowerment, and engagement. Under education, some of the challenges we highlighted are the lack of vocational training, especially for young people in our region, the quality of education that we have, and the curriculum that is looking at students being taught on the theoretical aspect without going to the practical side. We have a high school dropout rate due to social issues such as teenage pregnancy. We have early marriage. We have inadequate facilities, sanitary towels, especially for girls, lack of laboratories with regards to science and technology. We have poverty as a key challenge under climate change. Teachers and student ratio in our schools are not very comfortable. Looking at a teacher with a student population of 70, the impact will not be great. We have the gender inequality still rising between men and women, and corruption in our education system. We had so many solutions to these problems, but key among them are the improved capacity building, that is online and mass media learning, where we're going to have labs in schools to improve science and technology for students to do more practical trainings with regards to issues of technology, science. We have teachers training and the mentorship. We also have to resolve social issues such as poverty, cultural barriers that stop women from achieving higher education, women literacy, parent sensitization about education. With regards to economic empowerment, some of the key challenges that we highlighted are access to finance for youth, startups, especially young entrepreneurs coming up, SMEs. We have lack of vocational training for entrepreneurs, the lack of the market space and for young people, where the market is mostly saturated with established businesses, not giving room for young people to come up. The lack of Islamic finance products, because Islam has certain rules with regards to interest rates and other issues. Bureaucracy and poor business environment, where young people find it difficult to register their businesses with regards to high bureaucracy levels in the legal aspect. We have lack of financial education amongst the young people to be financially independent, to be financially disciplined with regards to money, legal protection for startups, and the lack of infrastructures, an example of which will be energy. Some of the proposed solutions that we made are having a one-stop solution for entrepreneurs and the unemployed youth, where we have incubators for these young people to go and learn skills, business entrepreneurship. We want youth to be fully engaged in politics, to be at that drawing board where policies are designed, where their aspirations and their dreams will be highlighted and discussed to bring up policies to support their initiatives, provide guarantee solutions for access to finance, let financial institutions have that spirit, have that belief in young people that they can make whatever change that they really yearn for in their communities. On the youth engagement, some of the challenges we highlighted were the opportunities for youth and the women to speak up. A freedom of expression from the youth is a problem in African context. The lack of civic education and community work, that patriotism in young people to volunteer in community engagements. We have the lack of leadership and confidence to make change. Our tradition of respect to elders is a limiting factor to our engagement when it comes to changes in our society. The lack of literacy to understand youth issues or society issues, and aid does not directly go to youth organizations. Rather, it has to go through government, and it has a lot of corruption that we, the youths, feel should change. The proposed solutions to these challenges are aid money to reach directly to youth organizations through the creation of an IDB youth community, because each country has a national youth council, which is the umbrella body of the youth. So if the money can go through those people so that the youths can benefit directly from such aid will be really helpful. We have to set up a leadership and civic education curriculum for our school, in our schools, for youth to really engage in civic education and know what it means to be civically engaged, both in your community, at the local level, national and international level. We have to set up a quota for youth participation in government and institutions, especially where you have the powerhouse, that is the parliament. We set up a youth quota for the youth participation in government where decisions are being made. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matida. Now I'll open the floor for the delegates from Africa. As I mentioned earlier, I only have one request. If there is any other request, please let me know. So I'll give the floor to Brother Abdul Karim Kabila from Sierra Leone. Please limit your intervention to 2 minutes only. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good morning all present here and all protocols observed. I will just like to emphasize on 2 points that were raised by the African continent, which was ably represented by Matida Koma from the Gambia. On the aspects of education, capacity building is a major challenge for us in the African continent as it emanated from our discussions yesterday. Looking at the curriculum, for example, you find out that the current curriculum we are using in most of our countries is no longer relevant to modern trends. So there is this need to review the curriculum wherein students will not just be going to schools or the universities to read and pass exams, and when they graduate from the universities, they are not able to actually impact the universe with whatever they have attained from the theoretical training they had from the universities. So there is this need for alternative means of educating the students also, because in Sierra Leone, for example, all students have to pass through one examinations from primary to secondary, from junior secondary to senior secondary, and from senior secondary to tertiary. You have only a single institution in which all students have to pass through. We have no other alternative means of education. So there is this dire need for alternative means of education, thinking about online education, thinking about mass media education, wherein lectures will be prepared by professionals and played on radio, played on television, wherein those that cannot access formal education to go to the schools will be able to sit at home and still get educated. And on the final aspect of youth engagement, the points I would like to emphasize on is the suggestion from our continent to set up an IDB youth community, wherein the IDB will have direct engagements with the youth as it has started now in this very summit, because we find out that the IDB and other international organizations, for example, are dealing directly with governments, and the bureaucracies have to be looked into if only the youth are to benefit, because if monies meant for the youth or interventions meant for the youth had to go through the central government, for example, you have African countries wherein these monies go through the president, and the president now has to take some of the money, give the remaining to the youth minister. The youth minister has to take some of this money for his personal use, give the money to the youth council. The youth council have to take some of this money for its personal use. By the time the money gets to the actual beneficiaries, at least 80 to 85% will have been deducted from the money. So if there is an IDB youth desk in which the IDB will be able to be dealing directly with credible youth organizations, I think that would be very beneficial. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. As I mentioned, we only received one request for an intervention from Africa, but if there is anyone who would like to take the floor from Africa, from the Africa Circle, please let me know. Okay. We will then proceed with the second presentation from Asia. The second presentation will be made by Dana Faisal Madhu, the delegate of, by Hamida Faiza from Bangladesh. She will be making the presentation on behalf of the Asia group.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Fahmida Faiza, and I would be representing the Asia region and would be presenting the outcome of our discussion from the Asia region since last day. So, to introduce the ideas from where we have begun, we all have one consensus that youth voice from all over the world are not represented in the decision-making table. In the policy level, there is a huge gap between the decision makers and the youths. And that is exactly where we start our presentation and our ideas on how we can develop it better for the Asian youth. So to do the background check, we would first get to know that the world population is currently 7.5 billion, but by 2030, the Muslim population will be increased and the youth would be around 2.2 billion, which means that youth in Asian region, being the biggest region within geography and population, have a huge role to play. And we believe from Asia, we have identified the 3 main pillars which are currently in the discussion as the most pressing issues. We have discussed about the education, economic empowerment, and engagement, all the 3 areas, and most importantly, the main theme of this annual meeting youth event. Now, moving on to the point where we have found out the challenges of educational sector in Asia region, we have got to know that there are certain countries which has quite advanced educational rates. In Asia, however, in all the countries, we have a higher percentage in education. 18%, only 18% of the youth in IDB member countries in Asia are illiterate, which means that we have a high potential here in Asia to tap a youth base who are educated, who are well aware, and who can contribute to the further development. In South Asia, we have seen the educational level is even lower than Southeast Asia. And contrasting to other regions of Asia, we have found out the facts right presented over here. But one thing we all have noticed, that in Asia, the educational system is not producing leaders. Our educational system is not getting the youth in right jobs. Our educational system is not connected with the employment opportunities. So we have to find out what we can do. And here are the recommendations that all the youth representatives from Asia region have made. So we have twofold information to share and twofold recommendation to be presented. Number one is we want to transform the curriculum matching practical skills and industry needs, because we have seen that there is a huge gap between the industries and the educational system. The academic curriculum is not good enough to provide the job market skills, and therefore the gap is causing a huge unemployment rate every year, which is growing all around Asia. And in the second fold, we are not just emphasizing on academic education, we are also highlighting the importance of vocational education and skill-based training that can provide more employment opportunities side by side with the academic educational sector. Now, when we talk about economic empowerment, we believe that youth who are educated and who are from urban and rural areas both have a huge potential to contribute in the economic empowerment sector. In economic empowerment, we get the facts that 11% of youth are out of jobs in East and South Asia, which means that in Asia, most of the youths are now job seekers. Contrasting to other regions, in Asia, only 17% of the youth who want to be the potential entrepreneur, which means we have more job seekers than the job makers, which needs a huge paradigm shift and a change of perception within the society. So here are our recommendations for the economic empowerment. We believe that establishing IDB Global Youth Community and Support Hubs can help in a very pragmatic manner and in a very practical solution. Now, how we are planning to do that? First, we have to connect the youth. We need to provide the necessary information to all the youth in both urban and rural areas where they can contribute, they can learn, and they know about the opportunities where they have the chance to contribute in economic empowerment. We have to help the youth to have the cross-fertilizing of ideas and connect them to businesses. We have to connect them with mentors, donors, venture capitalists, donor funds, and grants. And this is how they get the financing of their ideas. They get to implement their ideas and actions. And lastly, we believe that the first Youth Summit participants, all of us here who are representing our countries, who are representing our organizations, and who are the young leaders of our own countries should be the ambassadors or the kickstarters of this community. Now moving on to the last part, where we have discussed about the engagement. We all have identified that there is no other thing than to engage all the youth for utilizing the best out of these youth hubs, youth potential, and the youth power. And there is a huge lack of a common platform or a community where we all have to gather everyone together. Now, lack of reliable data connect concerning youth is one of the things. When we talk about engagement, we also have identified that all around the world, youths are not being trusted. Most of the youth have their ideas, have their own startups, but they're not getting funded. There are lots of criteria within the banks, within the financing system that prevents youth and creates the obstacle to go further and to strategize and implement their ideas. And these are the common problems we have identified also in the engagement sectors, where we have seen that some of the largest countries in Asia region have either no or very limited youth policy. Countries like Bangladesh, countries like Pakistan, Iran have no youth policy. So when there is no youth policy, we cannot expect the governments to pressurize by the youth community. We cannot expect the youth communities to come together and work towards one solution. So we have identified the common problems, and here are the solutions where we all think that creating greater influence, both from IDB side and from non-government organization side, can be a great solution. Because we don't want only the civil society organizations to work scattered manner. We don't only want the governments to put a hold or to get the thing started. We want a partnership. We want a global cohesion to work hand in hand. And this is why we have proposed threefold solution, where we believe that there is a need of a huge change in the perception. There has to be designing and implementation of IDB's projects and programs for both urban and rural community to engage the youth in greater manner. And lastly, to finalize the IDB youth strategy and global agenda can be put forward as one of the biggest solutions. So these are our recommendations for all three aspects. Thank you so much. And lastly, I would like to wrap up by saying, echoing the voice, youth are not future, youth are present. If we have to change the situation, we don't have the luxury to wait. We have to start our work right now from right here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Brother Edmond Ibrahimi from Albania. 2 minutes.
Okay, so it's not exactly Asia, but that's where you're a small country and in a part of the world.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, let me move on to actually Kazakhstan.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
We're
Oh, okay, that's fine.
So, thank you everybody for being here and part of this great initiative. Thanks to the bank. And I just had one small suggestion regarding the whole topics that we have been discussing here. I guess that it would be a very good idea if the EBD itself had a business intelligence unit inside of the bank, which is going to be hunting for, let's say, new ideas, new strategies, or it's going to be hunting for innovations all around the world and mostly into the countries that are member of the bank. The mission of this business intelligence would be to hunt for new ways of resolving problems, new ways how it's taught in universities, new ways of how it's done business around the world, new ways how NGOs work into different countries, and take all these new ways, innovative ways, and promote them into other countries where they might be very useful to resolve problems and make these new countries better countries. Also, this business intelligence would be a good idea to hunt for new ideas of business all around the world. So always when we see that lots of the ideas come from the West, and when they come into our countries, it's already too late. So they have already They're too big, and usually they come and get all the market into our countries as well. So if we would have a business intelligence from a big bank like EDB that hunts about the new trends and everything before they become too big, and inspires or pushes or helps the member countries to promote these new ideas and new concepts and new ways of resolving problems, might be much better for the countries, and not the Western countries will come into our countries and get majority of the market share for this new concept. Let's say, like Uber, for example. We start the new concept in our countries when they're already extremely big, and it's very difficult to compete. If somebody would have found out from the beginning they're doing very well, they would have started the same business in Malaysia, Indonesia, and the market would be controlled from somebody national there. Okay, thank you very much to everybody.
Thank you, Edmund. Definitely Albania is not in Asia, but the group, I think, groups both the Asian countries and also the few European countries we have members in the IDB. Now I give the floor to Brother Adiljan from Kazakhstan. Please, the mic.
Sorry. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Adiljan. I'm really glad to be here. I would like to emphasize the one thing regarding education. What we usually see in our country, when the student is graduated in university and he wants to get a job, the employers are asking the experience. But student doesn't have experience. So that's why they have a problem to get a job. So my suggestion is related with agriculture. As we know, agriculture is a strategic sector in the social economic development in every country. So my suggestion is to give to students from agriculture university to practice their skills in training research center. So if we will build training research center in each cities where agriculture is developed, it will give them the access to know how to cultivate the crops, how to know the new technologies in case of the agriculture, and they will have skills. For example, they can train their skills in the last course of their education process. So in Kazakhstan, we have built last year one training research center in Astana. So many students from agriculture universities come to this university, and they already know they're using their theoretical skills in practice, and they opened a new chapter in their knowledge, and they already have many proposals from the employers. Why? Because they already have skills. This training research center give them access to the knowledge, practical skills, and for 3 months, and they have a diploma. And I think this suggestion will be very fruitful for the country who have who are working in the agriculture sector. So also the setting of training center gives the youth entrepreneurs who wants to relate their job with agriculture to start new business. Why? For example, if I want to open the business in a greenhouse, I don't have enough knowledge, I don't have enough skills, but I want to grow the agriculture sector in Kazakhstan. So this training research center will help me to, within the 6 or 3 months, to gain enough knowledge and skills to start my own business in agriculture. So I propose, as far as I know, the IDB is paying more attention to agriculture. And I hope this project will be implemented in future with IDB. Yes. Thank you very much for attention. Yes.
Thank you. Now, Brother Behzood Ikromov, Tajikistan. You have the floor for 2 minutes, please.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. distinguished Dr. Rebay, dear brothers and sisters. It's a truly pleasure and honor to conclude our youth circles with ongoing presentation, where we try to give possible solution of the challenges that are facing Ummah and the Muslims in member and non-member countries. Of course, this end is as a start of new chapter. This end is a new list where we can start, and this end of start of new possibilities. The point which needs to be highlighted is the question of organization of stable Islamic Development Bank youth community. We need platform to share ideas, find solutions, to get access to the information. We call upon IDB. Under its supervision, it's necessary to support the idea of opening young leadership center in each country in each member countries. This can become a unique initiative to financial inclusion, economic citizenship, and of course, development of youth in member countries. The other point which has a significant importance is education. Today was said a lot about education. We call upon IDB to promote academic mobility. We believe this way open access not just to academic life, but also to information, knowledge sharing, and of course, innovation sharing between member countries. Yes, there is a scholarship programs. By scholarship, we are supporting one student. And this scholarship, which will be given for the bachelor student, can be used 8 semesters for 8 students to be educated in a partner universities, and which again highlights the question of academic mobility. By introducing mobility for the same cost, we can support 8 students. And of course, we know that initial message of our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was Iqra, study. We need to support this holy message by our activities. By conclusion, Your Excellencies, dear friends, without doubt, you are the one who will deliver our message to the governors, to the board of members, and to policymakers. Please deliver our message. We need support. If you become a support from IDB, if you become support from our governments, we will promise you, we will make our best to bring development into motion. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. Now I have an additional request from Uzbekistan, Brother Akmalov Noor Muhammad John.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, let me thank IDB and our wonderful coordinators for organizing this important event. Our representative from Bangladesh made a wonderful presentation and highlighted many of our problems in our countries. So I would like to add some points in order to maybe IDB to heard about a little bit more problems. First, I would like to tell about education. As I know, there is the big problems, not a secret for everyone. There is education is today very highly costed. So I would like to offer maybe increase the scholarship program of IDB in order to students have more opportunities to study. Secondly, I would like to talk about the economic empowerment. There is the high interest rate in the banks, for example, to take loans in order to start the business. So it make the access to finance is a big problem. In this case, there is one solution from my point of view. It will be a very good idea from my point of view if IDB organize some kind of fund to support, to solve this high interest rate in order to make the opportunity of creating the business to take in the loans from the bank much more easier. So I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we will proceed with the third presentation for this morning. It will be on behalf of the MENA region, and it will be presented by Dana Faisal Mado. Thank you.
Well,
Dana,
thank you
the floor
very
is
much.
yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that we are the third circle to run gave me the opportunity to hear each and every one of you. And what I see is, although we are very different in backgrounds, nationalities, countries, but we all have the same challenges and the same problems. There are minor differences here and there, but at the end of the day, the goal is one, and solutions are not foreign to us. Each circle had similar solutions to what we suggested as well. So what I can see is the mentalities we have in this room today are capable of making solutions and capable of imagining what the future can be. All we need today is decision making and the fact that we can actually implement the solutions we have in this room today. What we have in the presentation, as we discussed earlier with the other circles, we're going to target three main issues, which are education, economic empowerment, and engagement. In this presentation, and of course to save time, we structured it in a way where we face the challenges, and then the country-specific challenges, and then the solution for every aspect. At first, of course, we have here in education in the GCC MENA region. Of course, we're also part of Asia, so we have similarities here in the challenges of education. If I want to move a slide further and go to the country specific so we can be more relevant, what we have here is in certain countries, like Morocco, for example, we have had, and we discussed a problem which is lack of institutions and schools in rural areas, which are, the infrastructure is poor. It doesn't really support the needs of the country over there. In addition, we also discussed this as well, training of teachers in general, and specifically female teachers. We need training programs for the educators, so we can help them and give them the capabilities they need to give better education. What we care about is the quality of education. We heard it in every circle, not only the education itself, because outdated education can be obsolete. And curriculums, old curriculums that have not been updated 5, 10 years, 10 years old curriculums are obsolete, of course, at this day and age, and with what we face right now in education, with the pace of technology and improvement we have today. We have also discussed the gap between teachers and students, because students in the MENA region and with the technology and everything, students have access to information, and there could be a gap when the teacher is not very well updated, very well trained. Students can, go further than what the teacher can do with access to YouTube and programs and online training as well. We also discussed that the regulations in some countries do not encourage innovation, and we want innovation. We want innovative techniques. We want innovative methods when it comes to education, because what has happened in the past 30 years and the technology boom that has happened in the last 30 years allows us to do this today. If we invest in proper infrastructure to support, the innovation of education, we will be able, with the amount of youth we have, to really make a difference, and not only talk about challenges without making a difference. I think we have a chance today with the IDB supporting us. We have a chance to truly make a difference in the improvement of education. Now, to go into the solutions and make this more relevant to you, what we suggested is we wanted to invest in the capacity of building a cloud where we can have access to education. I believe one of the Asian countries suggested that. We also want to have access through YouTube, through TV channels, through radios, and online as well, for people who cannot have the capacity of building schools and so forth. We want to have access regardless, self-paced, remote education. You can have it anywhere, everywhere, and you will provide education equality as well. In addition, we wanted to do the value-based education, not only focus on education, but values of our countries, of our cultures, of our ethics, and we want to embed that within the teachers and the students itself. So at the end of the day, we also preserve the values we really care about, whether is it Islamic values or traditional values of each and every country. In addition, We wanted to empower youth-based education, teaching and training. So what we wanted to do, we wanted to engage the youth in the education process as well. At the end of the day, we really highlight the fact with the final, because we did some voting, at the end of the day, we really wanted to highlight the fact that we have to update the curriculums periodically. So, and every now and then we have to update it, not only once, and then that's it. In addition, we have to put the value-based principles and innovative techniques in the education. In addition, support the teachers. We don't want demotivated teachers. We don't want teachers that are paid less. We don't want teachers that are outdated. We want them to be up-to-date, motivated to carry such responsibility. Moving to the other challenge, which are the economic empowerment, we also have had the same worries in the MENA circle as well. Some of the country-specific challenges are, of course, the public sector dependency. I cannot go through them all due to time, but we really depend on the public sector in the MENA region. Most of the jobs come from the public sector and governmental institutes, and this puts a huge burden on governments because of the amount of salaries we have to pay. What we want to do is we want to provide solutions for such a challenge. We have other challenges like the lack of legal framework for freelancers and freelance economy and self-employment. Those who would take the risk to be self-employed and go to the freelance economy are afraid of, not being protected, and they're not trusted with banks and funding and all of that because they don't have the proper framework, legal framework or assets or any of that. So we need to build policies that protect them and allow them to be self-employed and go and take the risks and reduce the hurdle from governments as well. We wanted to broaden the access to Islamic finance. Islamic finance allows us and gives us more opportunities other than the traditional financing methods, and we wanted to engage in that. What we have here and what we suggested in the proposed solutions, first we wanted to raise awareness about entrepreneurship. We need to raise awareness. We need to give people access to the tools they need to truly be entrepreneurs. And we need to start young. We need to start from schools. We need to start putting these entrepreneurship programs and embed it in school programs and give this entrepreneurship spirit from a very young age. In addition, we wanted to create, or we're suggesting to create, co-working spaces, because in most of our countries, rent is very expensive, and having certain policies and laws that force you to have an existing office space and an existing company space instead of just working from your laptop from home. So what we have to do, at least we can, meet halfway and bring in co-working spaces with, with the support of governments and the IDB. And what we can give access to people, to SMEs, to self-employed people, to freelancers, to use these spaces. In addition, what we wanted over here is to improve the ease of doing business. Less struggles for people to work on their own. Let's support them with the regulations they need so they can lead their own futures, they can lead their own lives, they can provide for themselves. We wanted equal opportunities for both men and women, because what we see here is job opportunities for women are lacking and they're behind, even that we have highly educated women, but they don't have equal opportunities and they don't have equal pay. And some encourage that men do this job instead of women if there was any lack of opportunities. So what we want is equal opportunities for both men and women in all workspaces, and support gender mainstreaming in all work spaces. We want to enhance the work environment for females. So we want to encourage maternity leaves, paid maternity leaves, even paternity if the father wants to be included as well in raising the family. The last topic, because I still want to be on time, we only have 2 minutes, was engagement. We, as we heard from our sister here in Afghanistan, we also have in the MENA region the same problems. Youth are not being presented properly in the governments. So we want to have youth representation in government. We want a seat at the table. Our friend from Emirates gave us the UAE experience, and they have youth council at every ministry. We think this is a success story, and we want it to be implemented as well. So we want to provide the platform for youth to participate in decision-making as young parliamentarian initiatives, seat at the table initiatives, the leaders of tomorrow, which we have in Qatar. And we think also this is a success story. In addition, we also want, in support of, as we said, the ethics at the beginning, we want to support the volunteering culture, the volunteering initiatives, starting from students in school up to...
On Nasser Tayyib from Algeria.
Right.
The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam wa rahmatullah.
How is everybody holding up? All right. Before I start, I would like to apologize in advance for the lack of my diplomatic skills, even though I work for the UN, but my diplomatic skills stop a wearing a suit, and even that I'm not doing properly. I forgot my tie. Two important remarks, one heartwarming and one a little bit heartbreaking. The very first heartwarming remark is, have you noticed that the three main speakers or representatives were ladies? Way to go, sisters, way to go. The second heart-breaking this time remark, and before I go to the core of my message, is that the main stakeholders that we came here to address are not here. This summarizes part of our frustration. When we speak about engagement, we speak about people listening to us, about people hearing from us. We came all this way from different countries, from all around the globe, because we were told we're gonna be heard. And not being here to hear from us is heartbreaking, to say the least. Now, speaking about my region, and I don't want to be specific to my country because it's a different story. I will go to the consequences of the issues of the lack of economic empowerment and the lack of engagement of youth. The main consequences is frustration and disappointment. And we have seen the results of when frustration and disappointment passes the limit. We've seen that in Tunisia, we've seen that in Libya, we've seen that in Egypt, we've seen that all around the region. We don't want to get there. When we speak about economic empowerment, a simple young man or young woman in our countries is failing to reach adulthood. If we take a look at it, we'll find that things like starting a family, owning a car, owning a house, are no longer rights, are dreams for some people. So this failure to reach adulthood is creating a huge amount of frustration. Engagement also, going back to it, the doors of the stakeholders to hear from us are in most cases closed. And I want to address my young fellows in here. We will have to keep knocking, even though in most cases are going to be closed. And to link both the economic empowerment and the engagement part, one of the root causes of the lack of opportunities, economic opportunities for young people, and the lack of engagement is rooted in education and the quality of education. I've heard from my fellow speakers that we need to update our curriculums. That's true. But we gotta do that in a very smart, sensitive manner. In this world of globalization, we don't want to copy-paste other curriculums and bring it to countries where it won't work. We want to be very careful with the way we implement it. We want to preserve and keep our identity and our values, as Dana said. At the end, and I don't want my message to be the opposite of optimist, because I'm a very optimist person. We have seen what young people could do out of frustration. We have seen states, long-lasting states, being overthrown by the power of youth out of frustration. So imagine what we can do out of inclusion. We can build better systems, fair, just states. So please open the doors for us, please include us, and we'll surprise you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now the floor is for Saoud Abu Al-Ainain, Bahrain.
Thank you, Dr. Zahar. I think I speak on my colleagues' behalf when I extend my gratitude to the ISDB for allowing us the opportunity to take part in its first Youth Summit as part of its annual meeting. Since its introduction back in the mid-1990s, the Internet has revolutionized commerce, technology, media, and greatly influenced culture. The Middle East and North Africa region has one of the highest Internet penetration rates at 57%. Today, 1 in 5 people living in the Middle East and North Africa region is between the ages of 15 and 24. And with the high Internet penetration rates, coupled with the widespread use of social media, the Internet has become a social transformation tool for the MENA youth, who are constantly exposed to foreign cultures and social organizations. It is therefore imperative to take further actions in the MENA region that would help create a sustainably stable society, such as the following. On education, we have been blessed with genius mindsets, natural and financial resources. However, we don't seem to have an MIT or Oxford of our own. Educational systems within the MENA region need to be restructured to improve their output quality and emphasize on learning rather than schooling. Our vision for the region should be to lead research and development in science and technology, and take part in knowledge development rather than knowledge intake. On youth economic empowerment, the old saying goes, ideas are a dime a dozen, people who implement them are priceless. Our youth is full of aspirations to create the next Facebook or Google, but find it difficult to achieve such aspirations, not because of the lack of financing, but because they weren't educated about the importance of entrepreneurship, innovation, persistence, and most important of all, the value of experimenting. However, how can we support innovation when our own legal frameworks and business infrastructures are not ready? Ensuring availability of flexible regulations will certainly encourage our youth to think outside the box and come up with the next big thing, or at the bare minimum, provide them the freedom to venture into entrepreneurial endeavors. Online marketplaces, co-working spaces, electronic payment systems, sharing economy apps are all unregulated products and services in our region, or worse, regulated with the strictest limitations. And finally, on youth engagement, we must pursue capacity building of civil society organizations to provide platforms for young people to voice their opinions on policies related to them. A seat at the table has been a recurring phrase at the summit. MENA youth are using ICT to express their views and opinions about issues concerning them. The capacity building of civil society organizations would provide platforms for young people to take a more active role in solving such issues rather than passively expressing their opinions through technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The floor is now for Reem Wael, Egypt.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have two very fast comments, and it's relating to everything that has been said today and yesterday, and it's also a direct recommendation to the bank, something that the bank can actually do. Any project, any of the recommendations that we gave today, any of the suggested solutions will have very limited impact if it doesn't consider two things. The first thing is gender mainstreaming, and this is something that must be incorporated in any project, no matter how much it seems that it's not related to gender. Even if we speak about infrastructure, even if we speak about transport, one of the most likely places that women face sexual harassment in Egypt is actually in transport. This is something that must be taken in consideration. So what I'm suggesting is that a gender specialist is involved in the planning and execution phases of almost every project. And And the other thing which it leads to is perceptual and behavioral change. With every project, again, economic engagement, infrastructure, any project needs perceptual and behavioral change of the public, otherwise we'll just be doing an intervention and leaving. This is done through campaigns and trainings, and some of the examples that I want to mention just to make my suggestion a bit more relevant is that if we're talking about vocational training, then we need a mindset and a change of perception in society to make people accepting more jobs that are unconventional, to make parents accept more that their children go into unconventional education and occupation. And also to convince people of the different sectors available in the economy. And finally, just to re-emphasize the importance and how this is integral to any project and it will actually really affect the impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is for the delegate of Lebanon, Noor Atrisi.
I'm honored to be representing the youth of my country, Lebanon, at this holy land. I'd like to make use of this opportunity to send a letter to my government. First things first, we want to be represented by one of our own. The youth should only be represented by the youth. Second, I urge you to start with the little things. Revamping infrastructures will take a very long time. Let's start with small initiatives that have a great impact, like recognizing the achievements of our youth, financially and non-financially. There's so much potential and willpower, and we must push this talent forward before they give up, lose hope, and leave the country. We want more community spaces, public libraries, green spaces. It is crucial for our development. It has to be open, free, and most importantly, accessible to all Lebanese youth from all backgrounds. As for the long term, quality and equality of education are our top priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Saudi Arabia, Al-Batul Baroum.
Bismillah. I'm very honored to be here. I would want to start on a positive note by saying that we all unanimously agree on that the youth is the most valuable asset of our ummah, inshallah. And so I think that should make us all very hopeful and optimistic about the future of our nations, because we have a huge young population. In Saudi alone, we have 70% of the population is under the age of 30. So we have the responsibility to properly equip them to create the transformation that we want in the future. I want to mention a saying by Sayyidina Ali ibn Abi Talib radiallahu anh that says, لا تربوا أبناءكم كما رباكم آباءكم فإنهم خلقوا لزمان غير زمانكم, which means don't raise your children the way your fathers raised you, because they are made for a time that is different from your time. And this was said 1400 years ago when generations came and passed and there was barely any change. Over the past few decades, we've witnessed transformational change and technological advancement that has changed the face of the earth and the way that we communicate and the way that we do business. Yet if we look into education, we would find that students sit in the same classroom, same outdated curriculum, the same way that is taught, regurgitating of information. So I'm a strong advocate for education, and I believe that we need to take a really deep and strong look into our education systems and rethink and redefine what education is about, what the goal it is that we want to achieve from that, and what we need to do. So, and move from regurgitating of information into character building, into giving our students the life skills that they need and that is necessary for them to achieve the economical development that we seek, and to instill values in them in civic duty and responsibility. I think those are things that are missing in our education system that is very important. Especially, I mean, in Saudi, 30% of the population is under the age of 14, so they're still in schools. There's still a big chance and opportunity to help them develop for the next few years. And I call on IDB here to help assess member countries in looking at their current education systems and assessing them and help look for innovative solutions that we can use. So instead of just building schools, let's look at what other options do we have. Like Dana mentioned, the cloud and maybe MOOCs, and it was mentioned before that only 1% of the content on the internet is in Arabic. So let's work with local organizations on building content that is localized, that is Arabic, that is accessible for everyone from anywhere, and that's also a much cheaper option. So that's my.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Yemen. Zaid Basha, the delegate of Yemen, will have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. It's a distinct honor to be part of this great nation of Islam. I'll deliver my message in Arabic if you don't mind. Bismillah. بعيدا عن الإيجابية المفرطة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بعيدا عن الإيجابية المفرطة، يواجه شباب الوطن العربي تحديات عديدة نكدت علينا عيشنا وأقلقتنا. نعتقد بأن أزمة الشباب العربي ليست أزمة موارد وإمكانيات وحسب، بل هي في الأصل أزمة إنسان، والإنسان له عقل وروح وجسد، وكما أن له احتياجات قريبة فإن له أيضاً آمال بعيدة نرنو إليها نحن الشباب بتفاؤل حذر، وأحلام جميلة ننتظرها منذ زمن بعيد. وبما أن للإنسان ما سعى، وفي هذا السياق العام الذي طرحناه عليكم يا رعاكم الله، يتوجب على الطلائع التي تتصدر لمشاريع التنمية الإنسانية في الوطن العربي وفي مقدمتها البنك الإسلامي للتنمية أن تأخذ بعين الاعتبار أثناء سعيها وراء هذه الغايات التنموية ووضع الخطط المستقبلية لذلك ال5 النقاط التالية. أولاً، ألا يرتبط العمل التنموي بالتوجهات السياسية، وأن يستجيب للنداءات القريبة الملحة دون تردد. ثانياً، أن يتم موائمة البرامج التنموية لاحتياجات كل بلد على حدة، لأن الأولويات التنموية والمعطيات الاقتصادية تختلف كثيراً بين بلد وآخر، وهو الأمر الذي يتضح لنا بسهولة بالنظر إلى صورة الاقتصاد الكلي للبلدان العربية في العقدين الماضيين والاتجاهات المستقبلية المتوقعة. ثالثاً، ألا يتم أبداً قياس وتقييم مخرجات العمل التنموي بالكم، بل بالاعتماد على مؤشرات النمو، النشاط الاقتصادي وتقدم أو تراجع آفاق ذلك النمو في الدول الأعضاء، وأن يحث البنك حكومات الدول الأعضاء على تعميق الإصلاحات الإدارية والاقتصادية الهيكلية ودعم تنويع القطاعات غير النفطية بقوة وفاعلية. رابعاً، أن تكون جميع الأعمال التنموية ضمن رؤية استراتيجية متبصرة. فعلى سبيل المثال، عندما نقوم بالاستثمار في قطاع الزراعة يجب أن ندعم وننمي عملية الإنتاج الزراعي المحلي برمتها. ألا ترون كيف أن بلدي وهي أرض طيبة قد تحول في فترة زمنية قصيرة لا تتجاوز عمري كثيراً، لا بسبب الحروب ولكن بسبب إهمال الإنتاج الغذائي المحلي، من بلد مصدر للحبوب والمحاصيل الزراعية الهامة إلى بلد يعتمد كلياً في قوته الأساسي على الواردات من الأسواق العالمية. لذلك يجب أن نولي اهتماماً كبيراً لأصحاب الحيازات الصغيرة والمتوسطة أي المزارعين، تماماً كما نهتم بريادة الأعمال والمشاريع التجارية غير الزراعية الصغيرة والمتوسطة وتقنية المعلومات وما إلى ذلك، لا سيما بأن كثيراً من المجتمعات العربية مجتمعات ريفية. خامساً وأخيراً، أن يعمل البنك وشركاؤه في التنمية على الاستعداد للتحولات الديموغرافية الهامة القادمة، فبحلول 2030 ستدخل المجتمعات العربية فيما يعرف بالنافذة الديموغرافية demographic window، والتي يمكن لنا من خلالها أن نوظف جهود القوى العاملة آنذاك في تحقيق تحولات اقتصادية هائلة في المنطقة. والوقت يداهمنا. في الختام أؤكد أن لشباب هذه الأمة تطلعات بعيدة يجب دائما أن تبقى نصب أعيننا. يجب أن يكون هناك لمشاريع التنمية في العالم الإسلامي والوطن العربي مفهوما أعمق يقوم على بناء الإنسان، أحلامه وكرامته، والله المستعان.
Thank you, Zaid. Now we come to the conclusion of the interventions of the different delegates. We heard a lot of ideas and thoughts that we will be, inshallah, taken to improve on the IDB strategy, reflecting the IDB strategy, but also to reflect in the final communiqué that you will be presenting to the governors, the ministers of finance after tomorrow, inshallah. That's going to be, of course, a challenging and daunting challenge to put it in a very short form. Before we go to the next break and go to the next session, we'd like to now listen to the statements of the organizations who are present here with us in the summit. I would like to call upon Dr. Fatou Sarr from UNFPA, West and Central Africa region. She's going to speak on behalf of the Director, Regional Program Coordinator. Dr. Fatou.
Thank you, Mr. Director. First of all, I would like to join my voice to all the participants, young people, and other partners to thank the Islamic Development Bank for this invitation and the opportunity to exchange with young people globally. Particularly, these thanks go to the Capacity Development Division, your team, under your leadership, for this wonderful event, well organized, and the relevant topics that have been discussed during these past days. I would like first to recall what I have heard from the young people from all regions regarding the topics and their concerns. And I think what came out very prominently is the education which is really now being, which needs to be addressed as a way of innovation, but talking about transformative education and education for purpose. I heard a lot about that, not going to school to go to school, but going to school to be an effective development contributor within their community. Talking on behalf of UNFPA Director for West and Central Africa region, I would like to say that UNFPA has a long-standing collaboration with the government and youth networks, as well as financial institutions like the Islamic Development Bank, to address youth issues. This collaboration is in response, of course, to the 2030 agenda of the United Nations, but particularly talking about the Africa region, it's in response of the continental priorities set within the Africa Union Transformational Agenda 2063, and more precisely on its 2017 roadmap adopted by head of states to harness the demographic dividend to investment in young people. This roadmap represents now the cornerstone of the Africa Union states' interventions to address the issues of young people. And I'm pleased to see that the 4 pillars that have been set in this roadmap are perfectly aligned with the IDB strategy on youth. These 4 pillars are set around education and skills development, employment and entrepreneurship, health and well-being, human rights, governance, and youth empowerment. I think that UNFPA will be a key partner to work with all institutions, in particular the Islamic Development Bank. And I'm very pleased also to see that we have now common grounds and complementarity with the IDB strategy to address in a comprehensive manner the issues of young people, as our strong emphasis as UNFPA is on health and well-being of young people, in particular in reproductive health. We think that this will be representing the core of the socio-economic development of young people, as it will be an important part of the human capital of our countries. I'm confident that our joint interventions in IDB countries in sub-Saharan Africa, together with governments and young people, will bring more equity in access to opportunities for young people, in particular young girls, and their full participation in the development of their countries. We look forward to this collaboration. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fatou. Now, the second statement and the last for today's first session is going to be delivered by Abdul Manaf Mutwalu. He's the Director General, Youth Policy Department of the OIC Youth Forum.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very thankful to be here today in representing the OIC Youth Forum in this important event. As the OIC Youth Institution, which is responsible inter alia for OIC member state youth policies, we listened with all intervention with interest from our esteemed young delegates from the OIC member states. And we will definitely include those in our policy drafting in the near future, including specifically in the next ministerial meeting on youth and sports to take place in the Republic of Azerbaijan in May 2018. We, of course, welcome the drafting of the youth development strategy, and we are ready to partner with OIC, with member states and IDB in its efficient and timely implementation, as it goes in line with the OIC youth strategy to which the ICYFDC OIC Youth Forum prepared and included its inputs. Last October, the third ministerial meeting on youth and sport, which was held in the Republic of Turkey, in Istanbul, decided to adopt 14 joint youth action plan, in which we added recently the youth creativity against Islamophobia. I'm speaking about Islamophobia because I heard all the discussions and I realized that was one of the items that was missing. And I think this project is very important because we expect our youth to use their talents to speak about our beautiful religion, to which we are branding as knowing Islam, enjoying arts. And we hope all that are here can join hands with OIC Youth Forum in the implementation of this important project, especially our dear partners, the IDB group. Finally, we should all work to ensure that our youth don't need necessarily to be in events like this to talk to their governments, as our dear delegate from Lebanon just did. We should create specific platforms where we have an official network between us and the government. When I say us, I say the youth. And for that, we need, of course, to look into what the OIC, as the Organization of Islamic Cooperation with its institutions, has to offer. And personally, I believe that with this event, IDB has set a motion for us to be in the right track, to be in a positive tone for the development of our youth in OIC member states and beyond. The OIC Youth Forum, which is based in Istanbul, will always be ready to help, to cooperate, to coordinate with those who are ready to do their best for the youth in OSCE member states and beyond. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Manaf. Now, I think we come to the conclusion of the first session, morning session. We will break for half an hour. We'll come back at 11, and we will be discussing the final communique. So we have 30 minutes, so please be on time. For those who made interventions earlier, the youth delegates, please have your statements handed over to the Youth Summit organizing team to ensure that they are fed into the final strategy of the bank and the agenda we have prepared. Thank you very much.
They need to write detailed comments.
Okay. Where is Afif Barhoumi, this guy? Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We will start the second session, but before we proceed with the final communique, I would like to invite Mr. Afif Barhoumi from UNIDO Bahrain to give also a statement on behalf of his organization. Mr. Afif.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'll speak in English, although I can speak in Arabic, but it's easier for me to express myself, as many of the youth, I'm here, this side. First, I want to thank the IDB for inviting us and bringing us here. And I just have to highlight something. IDB is not new to the issue of youth. Although I work for the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, but I have to talk a little bit about our partner. IDB has been working for many years since its inception to develop economic empowerment or whatever. But the good thing now is that youth becomes a subject which is very clear, very focused. Previously, it wasn't there. So this is just on one side. The UNIDO office in Bahrain, we're very famous in developing entrepreneurship centers around the world. We have established through Bahrain 50 centers in 50 countries around the world. Most recently, we launched a center in Mauritania. Next week, Nigeria. The week after, in Russia, India. 3 days ago, I came from Antalya in Turkey, where we launched the first entrepreneurship center for entrepreneurship and innovation. Another thing that I would like to share with everyone is that Intel Corporation, the famous Intel, with UNIDO Bahrain, developed and launched in 2016, November last year, an entrepreneurship and innovation hub, which means entrepreneurs from all around the world can register, go online, get training, get capacity development, get mentoring, get counseling, get access to finance, get incubation, pre-incubation, post-incubation services free of charge. The hub plans to have, by 2020, around 3 million entrepreneurs online. We already started, but we didn't reach the 3 million yet. I would advise everyone, if you have the time, before I leave this room, to give me your contacts, and then we will send you an email asking you to register. This way we can develop a special forum, an online forum, that we can continue the discussions after these sessions, because 2 days of a summit is not enough. And then we can start looking into developing joint ventures and partnerships. The main aim of the hub is really to develop integration between youth from around the world. And this takes me to another point, is that 2017, UNIDO Bahrain, in partnership with the Islamic Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the Global Entrepreneurship Week, we're launching the World International Entrepreneurs Investment Forum. We are expecting 1,200 entrepreneurs from 100 countries. In the first version of this forum, we had 800 entrepreneurs from 85 countries. So this year, we're planning to increase the size. And also, we will also share that with you to invite officials, youth representatives, and entrepreneurs. I've attended yesterday, I've attended today, and I can tell you this from my experience in over 50 countries in doing entrepreneurship for the past 16 years. I'm not that old, by the way, but just for you, I'm 28, so, the problems of youth entrepreneurship empowerment is unanimously the same in all the countries, with few differences. Some areas could be weaker, some areas could be lower, but you have the same problem. And many people keep on saying, you know, we have to educate the youth, we have to educate them, we have to empower them, we have to educate them. This is me saying it, not as a United Nations officer. We need to educate the decision makers on entrepreneurship. Youth are very well aware about entrepreneurship, generally speaking. I'm not specifying. We ran a business plan competition for 3 months. We got 2,500 applicants from 95 countries around the world. 2 weeks after we closed the door for applicants, we received an extra 1,500 more. So this means youth around the world are very active and they know what's happening around. But the issue is, mind my saying this again, I think we have to educate our decision makers on entrepreneurship in youth and economic empowerment and all these issues. We strongly believe that political, social empowerment will only come through economic empowerment. We live in a world today, please be short, okay. We live in a world today, if you have $1, this is your value. So economic empowerment will lead you to political and social empowerment. We have seen many entrepreneurs around the world, in many countries we worked in, who became very successful and then started to play a political role and a social role, supporting the community and being part of the life cycle. This is the last thing, I will finish with this. I just want a small recommendation. If we can share, you know, the contacts of everyone in this room so that we can develop this kind of forum on our platform and then it can be used freely by anyone. And this way we'll be able to share messages, exchange information and whatever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Afif. Now we will proceed with the final communique. We have prepared a draft communique based on the input we received from the presentations today, discussions we had yesterday. Of course, this is a draft communique that will be read for you. We will proceed with the finalization of the communique this afternoon. The final communique will be read out to the governors the following day. For that, we may need a sub-team of 3-4 people. I suggest, if that's okay with you, the same representatives who made the presentations today can be part of the team to finalize it this afternoon. But for now, we can move and read the communique to you. If there is any major change that you would like to bring, that's fine. If it is just a matter of rewarding or minor things, then we suggest that you send it by email to the youth organizing youth summit, the organizing team of the youth summit. I'll just give the floor to Farouk. Brother Farouk will be reading the communique, and we will stop at each para and request if there is any input. Thank you.
Can I start with reading these?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just a brief note on this communique. This has been prepared with your final recommendations, the final 4 or 5 recommendations that we have put. You will see them as we read through. And you can also look at the screens to follow with me, and I'll just read it out, inshallah. And I will stop and we can have any major views on what you want to change or what you want to add, inshallah. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We, the youth from all walks of life, representing our peers from the 57 member countries of the Islamic Development Bank, have met in the first youth summit of the IDB group that was organized on the sidelines of its annual meeting in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia on 15th and 16th of May 2017. This has been a fulfilling and eye-opening experience in which we were able to share ideas, concerns, and solutions for our future, and share our recommendations on youth development issues with the Board of Governors of the Islamic Development Bank Group. Any major comments on these two?
delegates.
Basic stuff for now.
Okay.
So we'll proceed. We recognize the past efforts of the IDB Group to provide a platform for youth to discuss various aspects of youth development issues through the organization of regional-level youth seminars on the sidelines of its annual meeting over the last 5 years. We appreciate the fact that the young people from our countries have laid the groundwork for this important summit to take place. As such, the 2 days that we have spent here bears special value, and we take note of our responsibility as representatives of youth from our countries to continue to add positively to this process of consultation. Any major views on this paragraph? We have one from, here's one.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. So I believe in addition to this, we should have one clause which also recognizes that this youth forum, this youth summit is not just the ending, this is the beginning of a new chapter which would have a continuation in the youth representation in the upcoming OIC high-level ministerial meetings as well. For example, Bangladesh is going to host the tourism ministers meeting in this November, and next year we will also host the CFM. So, but there is no youth side event or youth event in parallel to that particular program. So if we could add something that could provide the youth the opportunity to have their stake in this kind of platforms in the upcoming level. So this particular forum would have a continuation in the upcoming high-level programs as well. So this is the recommendation to put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Well noted. Farouk.
Thank you. We'll continue.
Yes.
We also recognize the contributions of the IDB Group to youth development through the provision of scholarships to young people to seek their technical degrees to benefit their countries, as well as programs such as vocational literacy program, education for employment, and other forms of support to youth in rural and urban communities.
Any comments? Okay. Continue.
We acknowledge that the member countries of the IDB Group are at a historical crossroads. With around 1.7 billion Muslims living in all corners of the globe, we see that there are a growing number of socioeconomic challenges that need urgent attention. These challenges will only become more pressing with the population of the Muslim world rising to 2.2 billion by 2030. Our countries are weak in terms of global competitiveness, lag behind in science and technology, and are chronically suffering from abject poverty and political crises. The effects of these issues are felt more acutely by young people who are more vulnerable than other segments of society due to increasing disenfranchisement and disintegration from the economic development of their countries. This bleak picture affects young people disproportionately, as they are not only suffering from the negative impacts of low economic development today. The youth are also facing an uncertain future with little hope for good education, quality health care, and economic opportunities that will provide them with gainful employment and sustainable income in order for them to live fulfilling and productive lives.
Any comments? Yes, Bangladesh.
In this particular note, I would like to have all of your attention on the fact that 3rd September has already been recognized as the OIC Youth Day. So we recognize all the problems and we acknowledge the current challenges and obstacles youths are facing all around the world. So why not have an international observance from all the countries and all the member states and from the governments and all the relevant stakeholders on this particular day, celebrating the OIC Youth Day and acknowledging the problems and challenges and obstacles the youths are facing from all around the world, so that we always have one day to look forward to and to put our ideas together and to have a common ground to share our challenges, barriers, and opportunities. So the recommendation is to acknowledge the 3rd September as the OIC Youth Day, which has been forwarded as an adopted draft resolution for the upcoming CFM meeting to be happening in July 2018. This is the recommendation to have the celebration or observance of the OIC Youth Day and acknowledging all these problems in a structured way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? Yes.
Hello, this is Fasahatul Hassan from Pakistan. I
Yes.
would just like to add, if we can say, like, if like the IDB encourage the governments to have official systems or structure for the official representation of young people into the policy level.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we can. Yes.
It's more of sharing an information than adding a recommendation. You know, there is this position at the United Nations that is the envoy of the Secretary General on youth affairs. I think that's what they call it. And the current guy, who was a Jordanian guy that we're very proud of, his term is ending soon, and they're in the process of nominating the next envoy on youth. And the nomination is done by big institutions. So I believe IDB could put a word on that, on one of these amazing people, so that we have the next envoy of youth from the Muslim world with all the resources in his hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we move next to the next para.
Two daunting challenges that youth are facing are high youth unemployment and the lack of an enabling environment for entrepreneurial opportunities. With the majority of the estimated 73 million jobless young people living in the IDB group member countries, the economic loss of youth unemployment is immense. Lack of employment opportunities and economic enabling environment are also resulting in a massive brain drain, which only serves to weaken the future prospects of economic development of our countries. Any
Okay.
views on this one?
Just describing the situation, so I think no comment.
Yes.
Okay, move on.
There is also one comment, Nur Muhammad from Uzbekistan.
Okay.
It will be good if you add also lack of education, maybe.
Yes, this is coming.
It's coming.
No, just you told the two main challenges, therefore.
Okay. Yes, Yemen.
I would like to also pinpoint the issue of misaligned public policies with youth aspirations, because that touches a wider sector.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you. We'll continue.
Yes.
Youth unemployment is underpinned by challenges in the education sector. Around 18% of youth in IDB group member countries are illiterate, which means that they do not have access to the means that can endow them with the necessary academic and vocational skills and ultimately lead to gainful employment in the future. The lack of high-quality education and decent employment ultimately lead to young people being disconnected from economic opportunities, leading to poverty and its negative social effects. These problems are further compounded under the existing conflict situations in various regions that the IDB group serves. As a result, many young people are forced to migrate from their countries and continue to live under insecure and illegal conditions without the chance to invest in their future. Any comments on these two?
Yes.
It would be good if we point here that accessible high-quality education, not just high-quality education, because high-quality can be expensive ones which will not have access. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm Dilara from the Kyrgyz Republic. I have a comment regarding in several paragraphs when we are mentioning about data related to youth in percentage. I would also suggest that we provide also, if it's available, data on gender disaggregated data. Youth meaning what is the percentage of female or male, who is more or less, facing the challenge. I think it's very important to look at it. Thank you.
Point well taken, thank you. Okay, next. There is, okay.
Can I just start? Okay.
We believe that there should be a high quality inclusive education because we need the education system accessible to the disabled youth, to the other parts of the rural community and underprivileged youth who are out of the realm of this system. So we would recommend inclusive education from Bangladesh. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And if we can just add IDPs, as we are discussing about the migration. So internally displaced people also can't get the quality education within the countries.
Excuse me?
Internally displaced.
Internet?
Internally displaced.
Okay, internally displaced. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Just one little thing. You mentioned this lack of high quality education. I think should add also like primary education or training or getting basic courses, something really necessary for majority of the populations in our world. Of course, it's very important having high quality education, but I guess it's even more important to train and to prepare the masses to get like at least, you know, a decent job. I mentioned also during the seminars that we did here, so having more courses of coding, IT, or farming, or things very basic that can get the skills in 3, 4, 6 months, but the impact is really big and is really immediate, let's say.
Okay, thank you. Next.
We'll continue. Yes. We observe these trends at a time when there are also immense positive changes around the globe. The bar of economic opportunities is set high, and the pace of change in innovation, touching all areas of our lives, is daunting, which gives the youth reason to hope and plan for the future. We therefore see our role in this consultation as vital in not only ensuring proper integration of our views and perspectives for our collective future, but also a means to be involved in making a positive difference.
Any comments?
Hello. Yeah, Amir from Malaysia.
Yes.
So far, what I've noticed is that what we've done is we've basically are trying to give a background on the issue, and I think that's fantastic. But what I would like to highlight is it possible for us to also recognize that this youth agenda cannot be looked in isolation? Because if we take a step back and we look at what's causing this youth agenda to come into prominence today in today's world, we're actually victims of our own success. So if we look at the modern world today, you're talking about life expectancies have increased. Modern medicine has made quality of life better. So 100 years ago, I don't have the exact data, but 100 years ago, somebody's life expectancy would probably be up to the 40s, 50s. So meaning to say, a person would die by that point in time. So the generational intersection will be only 2 generations, and the older generation will die out within a few years. Hence, our pensions are only catered for a limited fund, but that's a separate issue altogether. But in today's world, what's happened now is 3 generations. So you've got the youth, you've got the middle, and then you've got the older generation. So you now have people living up to 90, and they're still functional up to the point when they're 80 plus. So that, in essence, is really the reason why we're having all these arguments about youth agenda, because it is because of limited resources, we end up fighting about youth empowerment. It is because of disruption of technology and globalization. We then talk about how education is not sufficiently turning around the right curriculums, the right skill sets. It's also because of this, youth engagement needs to have adequate representation. So all of these are all interconnected, if you see, in a way. You cannot discuss youth agenda without talking about older generation, without talking about middle generation, because everybody actually needs a seat at the table for it to work.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on with the recommendations.
Yes. As the participants of the first Islamic Development Bank Group Youth Summit, we are pleased to share with you the following key points and recommendations for the consideration of this decision-making audience and the management of the Islamic Development Bank. Number 1, in addition to its support to developing education infrastructure in the member countries, There is also a strong need to enhance education curricula at all levels, starting with primary school all the way to university, with special focus on technical and vocational education. There's a mismatch between what's being taught in academia and what the market requires in terms of vocational skills. We highly recommend that the IDB Group and its partners focus more attention and resources to aligning education curricula with market needs. We believe this will require enhanced cooperation among the public, private, and social sectors, and IDB Group is well positioned to build these bridges through its vast network of governments, development partners, the private sector, and civil society in its member countries.
Any comment on the first recommendation?
Yes, can we just add youth organizations where we are writing about the vast network of governments?
Okay.
Sorry, one last thing from me. I think with regards to recommendations, I agree.
Present yourself.
Sorry, Amer from Malaysia again. Sorry.
Yes, okay.
I think when we discuss all this, whether in all our separate circles, especially in the Asian circle, what we discovered was there's common themes. There are common themes around the youth agenda issues. You've got vocational issues, you've got mismatch of industry, but again, how these things take place within individual countries are very different. What can be solved in what works in one country might not work in another country. So if it's possible, maybe a paragraph preceding before we talk about the recommendations, stating that this is something for us to consider. That our recommendations is not supposed to be a one-size-fits-all approach. These are suggestions. They have to be tailor-made according to the unique localities of the countries, circumstances of the countries.
Thank you. Okay, next recommendation.
Number 2, in order to sustain the gains made during such platforms as the IDB Group's first Youth Summit and keep the communication continuous rather than standalone, we strongly recommend that the IDB Group establish an IDB Group Youth Community. This community can consist of the participants of this summit as well as the previous seminars that were organized by the IDB Group in previous years. This community will serve the purpose of information sharing, exchanging expertise, and strengthening solidarity among the youth. In addition, as the community organically grows, it can also serve the purpose of connecting the youth with mentors, donors, venture capitalists, and provide training opportunities to further enhance youth capabilities. This community will connect the youth across the Ummah, help cross-fertilize ideas, improve collaboration in business and in technology, facilitate cultural exchange, promote academic mobility, and create opportunities for reverse linkages in areas important for youth.
Any comments? Tajikistan?
Yes, very short. IDB should welcome countries for assisting of creating infrastructure for this community to make the activities in countries. So not just platform, but the government should help with the office buildings where can be taking activities place.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? I think this came very strong this time.
Mariam from Oman.
Yes.
I just want to add something to this recommendation, that this community should partner with the government sector and private sector. It's not only youth communicate to each other and that's it. So to make the results, on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I have addition small.
Yes.
Adiljan from Kazakhstan, I'm here. Yes. This youth community, it's a logical continuous of our event. So I like this idea. And so I think that this community have to create the environment for youth who wants to create the startups and who want to start their projects, youth entrepreneurship environment. And it should be, it could be useful for the youth to bring, start their own business. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next. Third recommendation.
3. In order to support young entrepreneurs, a three-pronged approach is needed to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurship. First, there should be wider access to business incubators to support youth with startup capital and capacity development for youth-led businesses. Second, IDB Group is well positioned to provide this support through leveraging its expertise in Islamic finance and its convening capacity across key stakeholders. Third, there is a need to put in place regulations and policies that facilitate entrepreneurship.
Yes, Yaman?
To expand on the third point, I would suggest saying that there is a need to improve the overall business environment and investment climate, which would align with the efforts of international multilateral organizations. And that's a key role for the bank to play in the region, because then they can fill in the gap between institutions like the World Bank, for example, and the local communities, and localize those solutions.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? Yes, Khalid?
I'm Khalid from Tunisia. I'm an entrepreneur. I suggest to add to incubators, accelerators too, and growth finance institution, because startups needs also not only incubators but accelerators. That's my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, number four, recommendation number 4.
The youth as future policymakers, the youth as future policymakers and leaders of the Ummah are keen to share their views and ideas to add value to the development journey of their communities, countries, and the Ummah as a whole. To translate this enthusiasm into a valuable contribution, the youth should be integrated into decision and policy-making processes. This may happen in various forms. Number 1, establishment of national youth councils that provide youth perspectives on existing and future policies and laws. Number 2, establishment of youth ministries that are the focal points of governments to identify the needs of youth and address them in collaboration with other ministries. Number 3, development of youth strategies and relevant policies that outline a vision and set achievable and measurable goals for youth development.
Thank you. Yes.
Just with the beginning sentence, I would like to highlight, by the way, my name is Faruk Akbal from Turkey. It says the youth as future policymakers and the future leaders, which means we are delaying the potential of youth to tomorrow, which is not acceptable. The youth is the today's policymaker, and they are even today's leader, and they have a great potential which should be used today, shouldn't be delayed to tomorrow. Like we have a lot of examples from our history from Ashab. Usama bin Zayd, when he was 18, he was a commander of the army. The Prophet Muhammad didn't delay his potential to tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well
Hello.
noted. Yes.
Amir from Malaysia.
Yes.
What do you call this? With regards to this particular recommendation, my understanding when I saw the youth, the African Youth Circle presentation was that they also talked about quotas and targets. I won't say targets, maybe it's voluntary targets, about how youth should get that seat on the table as opposed to a youth council or youth parliament where you actually, in most cases, get ignored. Let's be very honest. In most cases, in the other countries, when you're on the youth parliament, or your views are there, it's recorded, it's taken, but you're not the decision maker. So I thought, and we did discuss this in the Asian Circle, but since the African Circle brought it up as well, is there anything that can be mentioned on that? To maybe not coerce, but to encourage our country members to take a stand on voluntary targets for youth in decision-making positions, of course with the adequate training and support, fast-track programs supporting it.
Okay, thank you. One more comment.
Yeah, just to add on the first point, where it says that establishment of national youth councils that provide youth perspectives on existing and future policies and law. Just to clarify, for many countries there are already existing national youth councils, and some of them has not been proved efficient. And on the top of that, there is OIC Youth Forum, who is working together with the national youth councils from all the OIC member states. So for this particular clause, would you please like to mention pinpoint that, is it for the countries who does not have a National Youth Council, or who does have an existing one but not working, or are you referring to OIC Youth Forum or ICYFDC for this? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm Mohsin from Afghanistan. So here, can we mention that so this document will be presented to the Board of Governors of IDB. If it is appropriate to mention that IDB is tasked with a TA to assess and evaluate different models in different countries, that how to ensure youth prerequisites and objectives are reflected in the policy making process. And secondly, in different IDB portfolios in different sectors, they also point youth participation and youth quotas while they're negotiating that with different respective countries. So these 2 points from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we now move to the fifth and last recommendation.
This one is a little bit short. It was added after some discussion with colleagues from the Asian, I think, group. Number 5 is provide opportunities for youth networking and participation in key meetings such as the Islamic Summit, the IDB annual meeting, and other important multilateral gatherings.
I have a feedback.
Yes.
Adiljan from Kazakhstan. I think these meetings and these meetings not have to be just meetings. There will be some logical things. Why? We have to create the. Right now, we are talking about creating the youth community, IDB youth community. This is a historical moment, and when we will back to our country, we will start to implement some projects. And I think that next time, and next year, I don't know where it will be, if we will come to next meeting, so it should be the annual report, annual IDB youth community report, that we have to show our results in 1 year. So it's not just come and meet each other. It has to be some logical things to come. So I propose to create the plan to have annual report, IDB youth report, so each country can show the output of their countries. So yes, that will be good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Ahmed.
A good suggestion that came from Brother Edmund in Albania was to add a business intelligence unit, and I think this would inform a lot of future planning and decisions. I would like to suggest that as a recommendation as well, as an internal recommendation.
Internal recommendation?
Something for the bank to implement internally.
Okay. Thank you.
For Saad from Pakistan, just one word if we can add before the participation, the meaningful participation. Thank you.
Okay. Meaningful participation. Thank you. Yes, Somalia.
Abdul Latif Osman. Actually, I'm not sure if it's specifically mentioned here, but I would also like to suggest to you to provide, for the bank as a long-term strategy, to provide seed funding for youth, especially those who want to be involved in business. I've seen in other platforms, I'm not sure if you already have that, but actually this will help those with entrepreneurial spirits to actually have their businesses take off.
Okay,
thank you.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Noor from Lebanon. If we could add that there should be some sort of structure or process for us to know what's going to happen after the summit, because this is, as everybody said, this is just a start, and I don't know how much it is feasible for us to be involved in the decision-making process before signing anything, because as our brother from Malaysia said, that it is specific to each different country. We all share the same problem, but the solution cannot be one size fits all. So before approving what's going to happen in Lebanon or in any other country, if the delegates from each countries can be involved or maybe add their suggestion before the final approval.
Okay, we are approaching the time, so I'll just give the floor to one or two more people. Yes, Tajikistan.
Thank you, and very sorry that I took some possibility of others. I would like also ask to add here to support other OIC youth initiatives, because OIC has already stable platforms for the network sharing, but really need for support from the IDB as a financial institution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Senegal.
We did all the speech in English and in Arabic. I will talk in French. Donc, je tenais au nom de tous les jeunes présents ici à remercier la Banque islamique de développement.
S'il vous plaît, une seconde, comme ça les gens vont mettre les écouteurs. Please put this headphones for translation.
Oui, donc je disais au nom de tous les jeunes délégués représentant les différents pays, je tenais à remercier la Banque islamique de développement pour l'opportunité que vous nous avez donnée de venir participer à ce sommet et de partager les contraintes et les problèmes économiques et sociaux dont tous nos pays sont confrontés. Et il serait bien, justement, qu'en conclusion, que vous mettiez dans le rapport que les jeunes remercient la Banque et félicitent la Banque pour cette initiative. Merci.
Thank you very much. Any more comments, overall comments on the communique?
Delegates of Indonesia would like to say something.
Yes.
In regards of the establishment of the IDB Youth Community, I think it will be very important for us to understand and also to know and to make it clear who will be responsible for supervising and also give controls toward the IDB Youth Community. Because I think if we don't have a clear understanding and a clear statement about who will supervise the IDB Youth Community, then the progress that is going to be made by each country are not going to be controlled correctly. And if we are really having this commitment strongly for the establishment of IDB Youth Community and how it's going to impact, how it's going to give impacts towards the development on the youth itself, I think the commitment itself has to be proven in the involvement of the IDB in controlling the IDB Youth Community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to recognize the arrival of His Excellency, the President of the IDB Group, to deliver his closing remarks. Just to close the session, I would like to again recommend to each and everyone to send his remarks, comments in written to the Youth Summit Organizing Committee. They will be working on the final communique this afternoon. Also, I reiterate my suggestion to have the three speakers on behalf of the three different regions to work hand in hand with the IDB team to finalize this communique this afternoon. Any objection to this? Okay, so we'll proceed as such. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, the President IDB, to deliver his closing remarks. It will be in Arabic, so please, you may proceed with the headphones. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ممثلي المنظمات الدولية والإقليمية، الشباب والشابات الذين شاركوا في هذه القمة من جميع الدول الأعضاء في مجموعة البنك الإسلامي للتنمية، الإخوة والأخوات، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اجتماع هذه الكوكبة المتميزة من شباب دولنا الأعضاء من شتى الأقاليم المختلفة لمناقشة وطرح حلول إبداعية لتسخير إمكانيات الشباب بما يمكنهم من رفع المستوى الاقتصادي والاجتماعي في هذه الدول لهو حدث هام في مسيرة مجموعة البنك الإسلامي للتنمية. إن مخرجات قمة شبابنا هذه والتي ركزت على 3 محاور رئيسية لتمكين الشباب في الدول الأعضاء، والتي هي تعزيز جودة التعليم بما يواكب احتياجات شباب اليوم والغد، والتمكين الاقتصادي للشباب من خلال خلق بيئات عمل خصبة تشجع الابتكار، وكذلك إشراك الشباب في صياغة الأجندة التنموية هي في غاية الأهمية. ومن أجل تحقيق هذه التطلعات يجب أولاً على الشباب أنفسهم تبنيها والإيمان بها والدفع بها إلى الأمام، حيث لا يمكن لأي حكومة أو مؤسسة محلية أو دولية المساعدة دون تبني أصحاب الشأن أنفسهم. إن مؤسستكم البنك الإسلامي للتنمية أو مجموعة البنك الإسلامي للتنمية هي منصة تنمية للدول الأعضاء، حيث تلعب الدور الوسيط لتعزيز التآزر الاقتصادي من خلال تنسيق الجهود والإمكانات المختلفة لتتمكن من تحقيق التنمية الشمولية. إن التوصيات الهامة التي خرجت بها هذه القمة تتطلب تضافر الجهود جميعاً من قبل الدول الأعضاء وشركاء التنمية والشباب أنفسهم لمواجهة التحديات وتسخير الفرص الجمة الماثلة أمام شبابنا. ومن أجل ذلك سيتم عرض مخرجات القمة على مجلس محافظي البنك أثناء اجتماعهم الرئيسي غداً إن شاء الله، لإطلاعهم على التطلعات التنموية لشباب بلدانهم. ومن جهة أخرى سيتم تكييف استراتيجية البنك لتنمية الشباب على غرار مخرجات القمة لتكون أكثر ملائمة لاحتياجات الشباب وطموحاتهم. ختاماً أتقدم ببالغ الشكر والتقدير لجميع الشباب والشابات الذين شاركوا في هذه القمة الهامة وساهموا في صياغة مخرجاتها، والتي إن شاء الله سيكون لها الأثر في تعزيز العمل المشترك لتمكين الشباب في الدول الأعضاء. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. President. With these closing remarks from His Excellency the President IDB, we declare the summit closed. We thank you very much for the dedication, for the energy, for the patience the last 2 days. Before we adjourn, we would like to invite all of you to take an official photo with the President as well as the Vice President, Sector Operations, Dr. Mansour Mukhtar, who is here, and also the Youth Summit organizing team. We will take the photo here on the stage. Thank you very much.